in progress this time.
No, that's weird because I'm pretty sure I heard it last time as well. I don't know why I didn't record this time.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Okay, so I just log in into here. Hooray!
So the first thing you should do probably is chill the auto motor gripper.
Hmm.
So you see the auto motor interface there. In the middle right is a button called chill.
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
Go ahead and click that button.
Middle right.
It's on the left side of the screen in the
Okay.
MC-BAM2 window.
MCBM2 window.
That window.
Let's see.
So the blue buttons to the right a bit.
Okay, I see a mount, dismount, dry. Oh, chill.
Right.
Okay, so click on chill.
So that will move the gripper into the liquid nitrogen and it can start cooling down, which takes about a minute.
Okay.
So when I loaded your pucks, it looked like you had one full puck in the U1 puck, which is in slot A. And you see that's down here where I'm taking the mouse down here. It shows you that puck A is U1. It was labeled MacCHESS U1 on the puck. For you, we're calling it GT U1. And it's full, so it has 16 samples. So all these circles represent the sample positions. They're all empty.
Mm-hmm.
In puck B, slot B in the auto mounter is your puck MacCHESS U3, which we've
Mm-hmm.
called here GT U3.
Mm-hmm.
When I opened up that puck this morning, the 5 inner samples were empty, and you had the outer ring populated. So that would, in our accounting on the puck, would be samples 6 through 16
Mm-hmm.
as they are loaded. So that puck is in slot B. Your third puck that was frozen in the cane, MacCHESS U2, GT U2 here, was empty, but it was still frozen in the cane. So that's fine. But it is loaded here, but there's nothing for you to look at.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll leave it there. If for whatever reason your samples don't look good, don't diffract, have none of them actually got on the loop, or you guys are bored and you have more people, we left a so-called backup puck in here.
Nice.
These are all just basic lysozyme crystals.
Mm-hmm.
There are several of them. You see there are 3 blocked positions there. The samples are missing. The rest of them are populated. We can
Mm-hmm.
discuss later on if you get to a point where you are either done with your samples and have more people, or your samples haven't shown anything interesting and you want to collect other data. We have a few lysozyme crystals just for backup in case you want to collect on them
Mm-hmm.
for
Yes.
training purposes, if nothing else. So, but your 2 pucks are in A and B here, and we'll just to get the window more out of the way, we'll have it sort of down here where A and B are visible, and then you can control the mounting and dismounting of different samples that are indicated here by clicking mount.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Dave, I don't know if you were here when we first started, but Carlos is walking into the lab space where they will be collecting, so he'll be logging on in a few minutes.
We're all here on my end
Yeah, we're
now.
here with Logan.
Hey, folks. Feel free if you're collecting to pop onto No Machine. Right now, it's just Susanna and Dave and I. What's the plan? Susanna or someone else? What's the data collection plan for today?
So what we planned for to do today was we're gonna spend like 2 hours just trying to figure out ourselves. So that way during when people come in at like 2 p.m., it'll go a lot more smoothly. So that way there aren't as many hiccups, right? And then we can go over the data and discuss it with the students by that time. Right. That's just the general idea we have currently.
Okay, so you're doing small group, getting started now, and then 2 p.m. you're having a larger group that's going to be run by you guys who already will have collected,
Yeah,
and you're going to
basically.
help them collect and give everyone a chance.
Yes.
Okay.
In the Hutch TV, which numbers represent that there's beam?
Good question. So when I went in this morning, I tuned up the beam, I aligned the optics. Everything was pretty well stable over the last day or two, so nothing changed much, so I didn't have to work too hard. What you want to look for in general is the new I naught number. Right now it's something like 23,000 and a little bit. That is sort of, you can think of that as the strength or the flux of the X-ray beam coming from the particle accelerator. So as long as the particle accelerator keeps running properly, you will see something about 23,000 up here. If you see a number that's significantly lower than 23,000 but non-zero, you can let me know and I can go see what's going on and tune up the beam further. Yeah. So just keep an eye on that number, but it probably won't change at all because everything's been stable. Below that is new I1. So that's the second ion chamber in our flight path.
Mhm.
And that's measuring the number of X-rays after the attenuator. The attenuator, remember, is different thicknesses of aluminum that block X-rays as they come into the hutch, so you can adjust the exposure of your sample to a suitable level that doesn't hurt damage your protein during data collection, but is strong enough to get a good signal from your diffraction. That number will change depending on what you set the attenuator at. So if you're looking at the desktop now, and I'll show the rest of the people when they log in, but up at the top of the taskbar, you see four windows.
Mhm.
On the fourth window, this is our so-called staff window, this window you shouldn't really touch. Um, it just contains a beam app that's running a spec window that you should definitely not touch, and this attenuator app. The
Mhm.
attenuator software changes the attenuation, how much aluminum is in the path of the flight of the X-rays along its way to the hutch. Right now, we're transmitting about 22% of your X-rays,
Okay.
of our X-rays to you. So right now it says 4,300-ish
Mhm.
an I1. And so if I change this from 22% to 17-ish percent,
Mhm.
I would notice that this 4,300 number just went down.
Oh, okay, got it.
Because now I've cut 5% of my beam away, roughly, and I'm letting in only this portion of the beam to the hutch.
Mhm.
If I go back and instead of 22, I select 29%, Now it's more than 4,300 by whatever it needs to be to make it, the calculation would be this is the unattenuated beam coming into the ion chamber times the transmission factor. So right now it's set to I'm going to leave it set to 22%, which is a pretty reasonable number for the strength of the beam that we have right now. So that means that we're throwing away something like 78% of all the X-rays before they get to the hutch. So if you want more, you got them right here. You can access more X-rays. Right now, this number is 4,300-ish. So if you don't change the attenuation, that would be a number you can keep an eye on to see if the strength of the beam is decreasing at all. But these two numbers will be related in that they're close by. So if I naught doesn't change, then I1 also should not change.
Mhm.
Below that is I call. That's more indicative. That's ion chamber is very close to the sample region. So this I call number will only be non-zero when you're exposing your crystal to X-rays. So after you've clicked collect down here in the runs window, once you click collect, it'll open the exposure shutter and this I call number will become non-zero and that'll tell you how many X-rays are coming into the hutch. All these are counts from different counters, so they won't necessarily correlate to each other. This I call number will be something like 20 or 30,000, which does not mean that it's stronger than I naught. And it
Mhm.
doesn't mean that it's stronger than I1. But the number should stay roughly consistent over the course of the day when you're collecting data. You can take a look at that number when you're collecting and make a note of it. The only other number in here that matters is this number on the right. You can't read the label, but it's called Quad Y. It's our beam position monitor counts. It'll stay around 50,000, and that means the beam is centered within our beam position monitor.
Mhm.
So you shouldn't need to worry about that number. That's what the beam app in this fourth panel, this beam app is monitoring beam position and adjusting it as necessary based on that quad Y ion, well, diamond beam position monitor over here. So that's another number you don't need to worry about. Overall, you should just need to know that there's beam coming into the hutch and the rest of it is already aligned and it will maintain alignment. On the second workspace up here on the taskbar, uh, there's an internet browser that's open and you can look at the chess status page to see how the beam is looking. The beam has been really nice since midnight. Perfect sawtooth pattern. So everything is looking good with the beam. And right now, Sector 7, everything is ready for data collection. We've Chess has opened the line stops. I've secured the hutch and opened the station stops. So now everything on your end can be controlled on this first panel to collect data. If you notice I naught goes to zero, then the first thing you would check is you'd look over here and see, did we lose the beam? And you'd see that the beam would have dropped and that this chess enabled would go to red and say no because they don't have X-rays to give us anymore. That's the long answer to your question.
Yes, that was a very good and thorough answer. Thank you.
The beam has been very stable lately, so I wouldn't really expect any issues today. But now that I've said that, who knows? Logan and Folks, are you guys gonna pop in? Are you guys having no machine connection issues? What's going on?
We're having no machine connection issues. It's like not letting us get into it right now. Um,
How so?
like I searched the machine, the on the no machine thing, and trying to connect to the Cornell MacCHESS one, but it didn't. it keeps saying it doesn't exist anymore. Um,
We still exist, rest assured.
uh,
Um, yeah, do you have the link to the oh my goodness. Now I'm looking at myself. Uh,
Sorry.
do you have do you know where to go to look for no machine guidance online? If you just Google no machine chess Cornell, there should be a wiki page with more detailed instructions there. Also in the welcome email you got.
yeah,
And if you need me to take a look, you can share your screen or something.
double click on the page.
The emails.
There's so many. There's sexually dis. Oh,
Yeah, there's a lot. It's
and
like,
it's big.
the issue I'm seeing is that where is this start no machine number?
You want to ask?
I think the issue I'm currently having is that there is no machine.class.cornell.edu connection created during the installation right now.
Or I think what you need to do is, say for example, if I exit out of this, you have to add it into your no machine. So say you've downloaded no machine, now you say add, and then after you click add connection, you'll see this pop up, and then you type in the host name. And for our case, the host name would be well. So our case, the host name would look like this: nomachine.class.cornell.edu, and you can name it a name that you want, and then you leave the rest the same, and then you say add.
Oh, that's where I was putting. Okay. I was putting the ID 7B U1 instead in there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Once you connect, that no machine.class is our no machine cloud server. Once you're connected to that, you will be given a choice of machines to connect to, one of which is ID 7B2.
Yes.
And by the way, I found a training video I recorded from about a year ago, and I put it in your data directory, so you should download it when you download your data.
Okay. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Nice.
Would you prefer that to be, for example, just left as like a data file and not be sort of transferred anywhere, or would it be okay for us to, for example, put that on YouTube?
You may do as you wish.
Okay.
We will be sure to let you know if anything proprietary or secret is being discussed, but up to this point, public access to any of the information we're training you on is fine.
Okay. Thank you so much. I mean, I think this would be a really great resource for anyone to know more about how to use the MacCHESS beamlines.
Yeah, definitely. And next time we have a stars beam time, if we do this again, then you can run your own training before we run our beamline training, and you'll be doubly prepared.
Yes, definitely. And then also a quick question on the Globus. When you're creating the globe, when you're accessing Globus, does the email you access Globus with have to be the same email as the email associated with your class ID?
No.
Okay.
No, you'll create a Globus account, which you could do with, as far as I know, Gmail or any other account, any other email. You just have to create a Globus account. When you go to access one of the endpoints, that is the location of the data at Chess, then you'll need to log in with your class credentials, but that is sort of an independent login from your Globus account credentials, which you could create with whatever you like.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you. So also what for the stars people, what Dave was mentioning was that once you have added this connection, you can just sort of click on it, and then afterwards, you log in with your class password. And then after that, you go through the second round of you go through your second round of authentication. So one example is saying do push, and then you just type the number 1. And then you go in and have your mobile phone ready to say, okay, yeah, I approve of logging into the class account. And now this is what Dave mentions is the number of connections you can connect to. But for our case, like if you're trying to do a practice connection, you can connect to no machine test. And then if you're actually trying to connect during beam time collection, a beamline 7B2, then you can click on this one, and then you can connect here. And then depending on how you want to do things, you can click on full screen, or you can just click through these. And we see Cosmorpho joined.
Oh, I should.
Yeah, we're in now. I finished logging in, figuring out, you know,
Okay,
as you can see.
Thank you.
Only got 2 seconds away.
Yeah, that's me. Thank you, though.
Very good.
no problem.
So we have a cold gripper and X-rays just waiting to get past the shutter. So you can do as you please. One idea would be to mount a sample to see what it looks like. So you want to pick one from your puck A or B and mount it.
Wow. Wait,
Yeah.
guys, look.
It's mounted.
Yeah, so right now we have a few people on No Machine. So if we see a bunch of, if you have any issues with the connection, it may be that one or more of your connections are slow. But right now seems okay. Okay, I'm just going to say a few things as we go along, and you can stop me if it seems like I'm just saying things you already are aware of. So the robot has stopped moving. You saw it moving with Hutch TV, and now it's back in the chill position. So it went, mounted your sample, and now it's back in the chill position. You can see that the sample is mounted in a couple of places. One is the top right view in Hutch TV. That's the goniometer spindle. Your sample's on the end of that. So if you were to click on that, yeah. You see that little thing at the end? There's a red dot. That's the laser light detecting that the sample is on the goniometer, and you get the corresponding checkbox, the corresponding box checked down here in the BAM2 window where it says gonio occupied. Which sample is there? Look above that. It says A01. So right now you said mount sample A1 and it mounted sample A1. So sample A1 is there, ready for you. The some windows that are hiding behind. Here's the crystal centering GUI. So there's your sample. So you can double click to move the sample to the crosshairs. The crosshairs correspond to the beam position. And you might be wondering, why does this look weird? Well, it's because your pins are maybe a little long or something, so they're sticking out too far. The sample comes in loading from the right when viewed on the screen. So right now it's pointing too far over. So if you were to double click near the left edge of your screen, it should move the sample towards the crosshairs. There's your big old crystal. That's a big one. Wow. So our beam size today is something like 35 by 35 microns. And just glancing at your crystal here and the scale bar in the bottom left, your crystal is at least 300 microns across, something like 300 microns across. So if you want, you can be a little more selective about how you are positioning your crystal in the X-ray beam and how you're rotating the crystal in the X-ray beam, and you can collect multiple data sets from this crystal if you want. I don't know which samples of yours are more important than others, or if any are more important than others. But this, something large like this would allow you to collect two or three data sets without having any much overlap in what the beam is exposing within the crystal. So the first step in data collection is to center the crystal, so to make sure that when it rotates, it stays in the X-ray beam. You've centered it in one dimension here,
Two
but it needs to be
dimensions.
centered in two dimensions. Yeah, Dave.
So now you want to rotate by 90 and center in the third dimension. Within this window, it's over at the bottom left. There's a button labeled plus 90 or minus 90. Yep, one of those.
Which one did you say? Plus 90 or minus 90? Or
Either one. They're
You're
both
just trying.
90-degree rotations.
Mhm.
oh, wrong one.
Oh
So
wow.
yep. So you want to center it. So you want to tell it where the crystal is, and then you want to rotate it 90. Then you want to tell it where the crystal is. Then you want to rotate it 90 and make sure it remembers what point in three-dimensional space you're actually trying to shoot with the X-rays. So a little 90 double click, 90 double click, 90 double click should center it pretty well. Something this humongous will stay very well centered in the beam. You won't have any issues.
And the crystals don't fall off, even though they're being held upside down or anything.
It's
So,
frozen to the loop.
okay.
Mm.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the crystals are pretty small and lightweight, so even just a moist crystal on a loop will stay just from surface tension with the water. So it's really pretty robust, and there's no problems here, especially because it's frozen all down. Once you're happy with the centering, we can take a snapshot of the crystal, which means just a few X-rays to see if it diffracts. And if it does diffract, to what resolution, and then we can determine what the appropriate detector distance is and maybe even flux a little bit.
Okay. I think it's centered enough here.
I think so. So the next place to look would be your snapshot window. So these two windows over here are your main data collection windows. So if you want to hit the crystal with X-rays, these are the two windows to go to.
If you left click on the title bar, the window will pop to the front.
Okay.
Uh, Snapshot is for just characterization, and then the runs window will do the full, as we have configured it right now, 360-degree rotation data collection. So you're located in the base directory for your beam time today. So if you want to create a new directory for each sample or each puck, you could do that. I would recommend for data organization that you create a new folder for every crystal, every sample, I guess.
Okay.
You can create one level of directory by typing it into this directory bar and then snapping. When you take the snap, it will create one level of directory. So if you wanted to have this under your main directory, which is today's date, you could add a /A1 here.
Okay. Easy.
If you want to add two levels of directory, we would want to do that in a terminal or in the file explorer or something.
Okay. now. You said slash A1?
Yeah, slash A1 would work. Right now, this would be just sending this data into a folder called A1 in your directory. Nothing upstream of the date should you change. That is what we've set as where your data is being stored. Anything after the date, today's date, you can make multiple folders
Okay,
and
okay.
organize how you want. Other important things to note on the snap window before you click snap. You don't change the image prefix, just leave this here.
I remember that, yes.
Yes. Detector distance. Right now it says 300. That's a reasonable place to start. The starting phi is 46. If you've well centered the crystal, it shouldn't matter where it rotates to before it takes the snap, but you can change this as you want if you want a particular orientation. Exposure time is 100 milliseconds. That's longer than the run exposure per frame, so that you get a decent contrast on your spots. So I wouldn't change that. And the delta phi is going to rotate 1 degree when it takes this snapshot. I wouldn't change that either. So the only thing here you might change is detector distance or starting phi, and nothing down here. So at this point, you're ready to click snap. Okay, so then give it a second. Up in the top right, you see the ADX status window is telling you what's going on. It's starting the detector. It's reading out the data from the detector, and now the system is idle again, so it has read out the data. The diffraction image is up here in ADXV, which is right now tucked up into the toolbar. I'm frozen.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Oh,
For
wow.
connection. Who's still here? Susanna's still here.
Okay, this is probably a salt crystal.
It didn't work.
Yeah,
I
look
think
at
the website
Carlos.
just.
The
It's
yeah,
not Carlos's.
yeah.
Oh,
you got booted, Susanna?
I think so. Okay, I
Okay, you're
think I
back.
might be back now. Yeah.
You guys still here? Everyone else?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're still in.
Okay. So Dave says it looks like a salt crystal.
That is not good.
It's a big crystal, definitely looks like a crystal, but here's the diffraction image you just took.
Yeah.
If you right click, you can magnify, and if you hold right click while you scroll, you can increase or decrease magnification. There are not a lot of spots here, and the spots that do exist are they don't look like a protein crystal to me.
Uh,
Wait, so you click and how do you magnify?
If you right click, it'll
Uh-huh.
magnify wherever you right click. And so you can right click and hold and drag it around. And then if you hold right click, you can scroll in or out to zoom in or out in that region.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'll leave it to you now. But there's ADXV. That's where you see the diffraction image. So that's the general workflow. You want to find your crystal, center it, take a snapshot, see what the diffraction looks like, see if it's a protein, see if it's salt. In this case, it looks like salt, but I might, just for the sake of due diligence, pick a different spot on the crystal, center it somewhere else on the crystal, and shoot it one more time and see if there's protein anywhere. But if I saw data like this, I would say it's not worth taking a run. Not that the run takes very long, but do you want to look at salt crystal data? No, probably not. So that's why snapshots are nice. They don't take very long, and you can snap it 2, 3, 4 times, decide this crystal's not actually going to diffract much or at all, or oh no, it's salt, and then you can just put it back in the doer and try the next one.
Let's see what else we're working with. That is nothing.
No.
Okay. I don't know what these are. I don't think those things are anything relevant. Okay.
No.
So,
Choose the one in the outer ring. The inner rings are like really poor quality.
okay, the
I
inner
told
ring.
you.
Okay,
You gotta
okay.
try the outer ring.
It was A1, you know? Start with the first, okay? Let's go with this.
How do you
Okay.
switch?
So
And
can I make a suggestion before you go any further? In
yes.
terms of window management, you
Yes.
just minimize those two windows so they went up here in this big array of all the many windows that are
In the
open
taskbar.
in the taskbar.
Yeah.
So I would have to look pretty carefully to find them. Here is crystal centering. What I would do is I would scroll them up using this little up arrow.
Oh shoot, I clicked the wrong one then.
Yeah. Well, not the wrong one necessarily, but for me, for keeping track of everything, I would
Definitely.
just scroll it up, scroll it up. Now they're sticking out still, so you can still find them
Yeah,
later. That just to me, that's helpful for me. You do what you want.
definitely.
So
And
this
then
is how I lay out the windows when someone's going to collect. I put Hutch TV, then ADXV, then crystal centering, and I tier them left to right, shortest to longest, so you can reach any one of these three windows with a single click.
There's an art to this Dave has developed. True.
truly a master at his craft.
No doubt.
Okay.
Okay, so at this point, you probably want to mount a different crystal.
Yes.
Yep.
So we would just click
Yes.
dismount.
You don't have to click that.
No?
You can just select whatever crystal you want next.
Okay.
Do like
You want A2?
six,
do
six, six.
Let's do 6.
I think you just click the actual.
Oh yeah.
Like,
And all right, you notice up in the status panel, there's a couple check boxes checked. One is gonio detected. That's from the laser sensor. Says there's a sample on the goniometer. The other one is auto unload. Auto unload means that if there's something already there, it will first dismount it and then mount the one you selected. So it saves you a few button clicks.
Okay, okay.
Mhm.
And it tells you in the status here, gonio is loaded, first unmounting A01.
Okay.
And it just put it back. So now it's telling you back from unmount, continue mount. Oh, heat wave here, John. It's warmed up to positive 3 degrees.
Oh man, I got to get outside then.
Did you get it?
It's warm outside for us today.
Hey, that's like
I think it has it now. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, your sample is mounted. You'll want the crystal centering window again.
Hmm.
um
It's bent. That's a little awkward.
what's been
Well, it's
That's
okay.
okay. You can just double click each time on the center. Yeah.
Yeah, it can handle bent loops pretty well. The motors know how to keep the tip of the bent loop in the right position as you go.
Okay.
do you see this? So I don't see.
It's a little dark.
Mhm.
Yes, there's frost on the surface.
Certainly frost.
Well, you can hope it's just on the surface.
Yes, that's a good point. It definitely looks like there's frost potentially on the surface, or otherwise, when it was being frozen, you got some ice formation. If you
Okay,
snap it,
there is on the automonitor interface, there's a button called rinse that sometimes helps with surface frost. Why don't you go ahead and try that now? So go back to the auto mount window, find the rinse button right there, click that and see what happens. All right, so it will pull your sample off the goniometer and bring up the webcams here so you can watch it.
Oh, shoot.
The lag is.
Okay, so it pulled off your sample. And now it's going to dip it up and down in the nitrogen, I think 4 times.
Oh, they see the
Mhm.
so totally the lag.
I think they delay it for a particular reason. Like they delay it on purpose.
Wait, yours is delayed too.
Yeah, there's currently the client delay is on for the sake of reducing the necessary bandwidth to get the video to you.
Yeah. Especially because we have to give it to like so many people, you know.
Yeah, so it's right now it's set to like I think 1.5 seconds between frames or something like that.
Yes. Okay, your crystal is back on the goniometer. Woo!
Ooh, tough one.
No
So
crystal.
that's an
It looks
that's an empty
like
loop.
during the rinse procedure, your crystal fell out.
Really?
Oh,
That's
dang.
how it looks to me.
Bro, what the heck?
So here's another something we didn't mention that I like to do when we collect data is to take for record keeping purposes, especially for your sample preparation, take an image of each sample so you can look back at visually what it looked like each time. And
I
you
don't
can
think
say, here's all the here's all the images of samples from our last beam time, and this is how many of them look good versus bad. You can do that with the save photos menu here.
Okay.
You can take a single snap or a multi-snap. Multi-snap will rotate some increment of angle and take a certain number of images, whatever you set up. But if you take a single snap here, you can just save it to your directory, Georgia Tech, today's date, and this would be sample A2, so you'd want to create a folder maybe for A2 to keep your photo in there. But that might be useful for you later, and I would suggest you do that as a matter of your
Yeah.
procedure every time you mount a sample.
Should we do it for this one?
Yeah, just do it for this one.
Yeah, let's do for this one.
It's A6.
It's A6.
This one's
Yeah.
Maybe sexy.
So you
Right.
don't need to snap it. There's no reason to snap it because there's nothing there to snap,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
would venture to say.
Oh, and
All right,
oh,
if you're going to take a photo, I would suggest first you center it a little to sharpen up the focus and then maybe zoom in a little bit.
That's a good point. If you
All
haven't
right,
centered it
so
at all,
rotate by 90 and center in the other dimension.
yeah.
Okay, now zoom in a bit. This is on the lower right of this window. Grab this zoom bar here and move it between 10,000 and 20,000 is good. Pull it to the right. All right, let go. Yes, definitely. It looks like your crystal fell out.
that is unfortunate.
Yeah. I've seen that like maybe once in the last 25 years.
Oh. Oh, breaking records,
Well, take a snapshot, load the next whatever you choose to load, and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Snapshot.
Again, you have the time you're allotted you have, and you're always welcome to go back to samples you've already previously mounted. So if
Okay.
you want to go back through and look later, you can. Right now, I'd say let's try to find a good crystal so you can see some diffraction work properly and then go from there.
All right, so take a optical snapshot. In the centering window, go to Save Photos. Single snap. All right, pick out your directory again, double click Georgia Tech, double click that, and then just where it wants enter JPEG image file prefix up a bit. Yes, just enter A2 there. You don't have a directory since you didn't collect any data on it. So
Right, 8 was 8.
or yeah, A6. So you do have an A6 directory.
Well, you did open with A6. Look into the A6.
Look at basics.
Yeah, yeah. Then you good.
Let's see.
And then I see yeah, just save it here.
All right, when you're ready, hit snap.
Yeah.
Success.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay, let's try 7. Yeah, different.
Try
Try
7.
7.
Okay, let's look at 7.
Go around the outer ring. Or I can't reverse.
Okay, so when you mounted A6, A7 was automatically selected. That's the auto increment feature. So if you're going through all your crystals in order, auto unload and auto increment will save you a bunch of key clicks.
Very helpful. Anyone else want to try?
Do you want to sign in under your end, Serafina or Selena? Or come in? Well, how do you sign into the machine?
I tried to, but I
Well, while that's mounting, I'm going to go ahead and open a terminal shell window here. Go to your directory, and I'm going to make directories for everything in this puck. All right. So the directories will already be there. All right, so A7 is mounted. You want to center it. All right. Yeah, we can minimize it's all right. You can minimize that shell window. Yes. And that'll get it out of our way. All right, I can see the loop. It's in the lower right corner of the screen. And it's empty.
Ah,
empty what? How they
it's empty. Wow. Lovely. Well,
how is this possible?
I'm trying to take a
It's okay. Things happen.
No.
At some other time, I can regale you with stories of my first couple of beam times trying to prep samples in different ways and ending up with, mostly for me, it was gigantic balls of ice and frost. For you right now, it is disappointingly empty loops. But we're not done looking at samples yet, so I hold out some hope.
Oh shoot. I don't remember about that.
To the zoom and stuff, right?
What?
Yeah.
Okay, in the directory there, change from A6 to A7. So go up one level. Yep. And then click A7. And you're ready to hit snap.
Oh, here, no.
That looks like frost, isn't it?
Wow.
Oh, wait. No, that's a scoop one, not a hook one. That's why it looks like this. Better flip it. No, I think it is just frosted over.
We keep flip again.
So rinse this
Yeah,
one.
we have to rinse this one, I believe.
What if you guys try seeing if there's any protein diffraction and then decide to rinse?
Okay, what you doing? Wait, you just want to take a picture of this. Turn it back around. Wait, turn it back the other. Take a picture or something at least before.
That's a good thought. Voice from the group to take a picture before you rinse and after you rinse. That's what I would do for samples like this to see out of the number of samples you mount, how many look frosty, and once you rinse them, how many are recoverable. If the ice is really formed during the freezing process, then likely it won't be recoverable, but the small bits and tendrils that you see sticking off here do kind of look to me like surface frost, so I would expect it to clean up at least somewhat. Um, to Susanna's point, why don't you shoot it first? I guess that kind of depends on how big your crystals are. And I would have to ask you when you're harvesting them roughly how big were they. But if it's a huge crystal, maybe you could find it. If it's a small crystal, you'd be really hard pressed to accidentally shoot it on this mount before you rinse it to visually see it. The beam is approximately the size of that circle on the crosshair. So you're not going to get the protein crystal unless you're centered on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we rinse.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi, John.
Jenny is gonna watch some data collection too, just for fun here today.
Hello.
Hello. Nice to meet
Well,
you.
Hello. Nice to meet you too.
to me as well. You guys ready? Let's see what we're looking at.
Hopefully this one.
Is that crystal?
Is that something?
Or what? What is that?
What is on the edges of the loop? Um,
Can you give it a quick spin? Just do like a 360 so we can see kind of what it looks like.
yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
Looks like a bit of frost still exists around the outer portion of that loop.
Okay. What is that? Is that a crystal to the bottom right?
It's a
That's
crystal something.
a crystal of something. Yes.
Love that one.
So that's another good point for especially for these polyimide loops. The neck is very broad, so you should look for crystals potentially up the neck if you find an empty loop. So if you're all the way zoomed in, you might not be able to see it. Here you notice that there's one on the loop,
Yeah.
so you might give that one a snap also. I can't quite tell from this angle if there's something over the majority of the actual loop position, but it looks like there might be.
To me, it looked like there were some planes. So you could see kind of a straight edge when you were in one particular orientation, which means there might be a very big crystal right in the middle, and that's what we're kind of seeing through. You can,
Well, the
I'm going
best way to
to,
find out.
yeah, we should take a snapshot of it and see what we see.
Okay.
Have at it.
Zoom out real quick. See.
All right, go
You-
to
That's
Are they moving?
like that's the move, guys.
So are we gonna center in the
But I don't think they're moving it right now.
okay.
Are they done?
Oh, you zoomed out.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So I think I see two crystals right here as well. On these. Hold on. Maybe I need to flip it one more time to get a better view. Or maybe not.
I would just take a quick snapshot of right through the center of that loop and
Mhm.
see what kind of signal we get, what kind of image.
Mm-hmm.
And then we
go
can
to
go
the
hunting and looking at those ones that are along the neck. But what I'm hoping is that somebody did a very good job of getting a nice crystal right in the middle of that loop.
right. So go to the snapshot panel, update the directory line at the top to, I think you're on A8 right now.
Did we take a picture first as well?
This is taking the picture. Yeah.
Like it's
On after rinse picture. Okay. We can do that. Let's not pre-rinse.
And this was
Mute. Okay. Mute.
move.
Mute.
All right, fill out the ADXV window to view the diffraction. That's the one in the middle tier.
One. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
You want the ADXV window, which is in the upper left, the middle tier.
What's this?
Yeah.
That does not seem like anything noteworthy. Uh,
So with protein crystals, I'm assuming, oh, I apologize. I think you were using lysozyme, correct?
right.
Yes.
Correct. So, I'm sorry if this has already been said, but right around the beam stop, that's where the largest distances you can probe of proteins or whatever it's you're looking at. And the kind of hazy ring that you see is water. And between those two are where you can typically see larger kind of spacings. For instance, what you would see within a molecule like a protein. So if you look just around between kind of where the beam stop is and maybe a third of the way towards that ring, you should be able to see some diffraction in there if it is a protein crystal. And if you don't see something in there, then typically you won't see protein. And I'm sorry if you've already been told this.
No, don't worry. It's fine. It's very helpful information. I don't think there's anything here, sadly.
If you can
Then
give me 2 minutes, I'll show you what good protein diffraction looks like.
That would be great.
All
Uh,
right. So I'm going to another directory. Right. Okay. So this is lysozyme diffraction.
okay.
So your beam stop is right in the middle there.
Steve, can you change the contrast just a little bit?
It's a pretty light exposure.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if there's a snapshot in this directory. Snapshots. Um,
But you can see that the kind of the lunes, the kind of the dots that kind of form lines, and actually it forms kind of a lune, meaning like an arch, you know. And part of that is because we're probing a three-dimensional space with a two-dimensional detector. So if we had a three-dimensional detector, you'd actually see a whole bunch of spherical diffraction, and that's physics having fun with us, right? So
Mhm.
what you're seeing is where the Ewald sphere of those of the wavelength that we're using interacts with the different spacings within our protein molecule. And what that comes out as is this mathematical transformation that looks absolutely gorgeous, like starbursts or like fireworks on, you know, on the screen. But it really is just a genius way to probe those interatomic molecule or interatomic distances and where that lines up with the Ewald sphere. Um, and so, yeah, if we could take this in three dimensions, we would, but that's really, really difficult. So we do it in two dimensions, and then we build it back up in processing once we take, you know, a rotation set so that we can see all three dimensions. Again, if I'm saying stuff you guys have already learned, I apologize. This is just, I love this. This is so beautiful, and I love seeing good diffraction like that. It is fun to see salt and ice too, but it's much more productive to get the protein.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate your very important instruction and also commentary. You know, we're all really learning, and all of that is very welcome. So thank you.
That's good data.
Absolutely.
Yes, your insight is really helpful for us to get a better understanding as well of what we're doing.
Hmm. Cool. Well, that's really good diffraction. Dave, do you have any other notes?
Um, I'm hunting for, go back to data collection. I'm hunting for, well, actually, there's in the load window, you can tell it to look to overlay multiple images. So that will give you a little darker exposure. So this is 4 images together. Here in the middle, you see the beam stop shadow. You see your water ring out here. And then all the individual spots are from lysozyme. All right, go back to the data collection. That's up in the taskbar. There's these 4 gray rectangles. Your data collection stuff is in the leftmost one.
Okay.
Okay.
You guys work in Linux environments very often? It's okay if you say no.
Our maximum experience with Linux environments is the Windows WSL. So they
Okay.
have a little bit of experience there,
Okay.
just a little.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. A lot of the people that come and collect with us don't have experience with Linux, and you know, navigating around here is one of the first times that some people will come to our Beamline and and get to kind of explore the Linux structure. So yeah, that's fine.
Out of curiosity, what data workup programs do you personally prefer?
Say that again. What data?
For example, do you personally prefer Dials, XDS, Phoenix, Qt, CCP4?
Honestly, it depends. So that's a good question for Dave as well. I think out of all of them, I was trained on HKL 2000 um, many years ago. But I've used XDS, I think, most extensively between the data processing. But I've run dials, I've run CCP4, I've kind of run through all of them. It honestly depends on what you're trying to do. So and it is educational to do all of them and try to see how the processing actually changes between the different programs. They are slightly different in their back-end algorithms, but it's all based on the same principles. So I think um, once you start getting into like model building and stuff like that, it can be a little bit more nuanced based on the person driving it. But but yeah, the processing, I would say, play around with all of them if you're interested, and then compare the results and see, where you can get the best processing done.
Have you heard of AutoProc, and would you recommend it?
I have heard of Autoproc, and that's what Stanford uses in their automated pipeline. And it's very robust. Slow, but robust.
Why so? Why, when you say slow, why so?
Um, it's just there are programs which have been written more recently, um, which can pull images as they're being collected and start processing them. Autoproc, you'll have to wait until you get, I think, at least 50 images. I think that's default for Autoproc. Dave, please correct me if I'm wrong, because the Autoproc might have been updated recently. But that wait,
I
go ahead,
don't
Dave.
think I've used AutoProc, but waiting is not really an issue when our beam is so hot, we can collect a full set in under a minute.
Yeah. So, but it usually just takes a while. You can collect a data set and a couple minutes later you'll get, you know, kind of auto proc results if you want. Um, that
And
being said, there are some that can do it much quicker. And um,
some of these, I'm not familiar with AutoProc, but the script we use is called FastDP, and it's a script. It calls programs from, I think, both dials and XDS.
mhm.
Um, so if you want just a processing package, I would say XDS is probably the best. HKL 2000 is maybe simpler to use. It's graphical and more intuitive, but it's licensed, so you have to pay for it, and they'll only give you a license for a particular type of detector. They won't give you an overall license.
And then fast DP, I'm assuming is majorly for, well, for example, is it only available on the workstations at MacCHESS? Or
Now, FastDP is actually a script we got from Diamond, which is a
oh,
synchrotron
okay.
in England.
Would that be publicly available or would that be
Yes.
okay? And how should the public access it?
What was the question?
Oh, sorry. Say for example, if we wanted to use FastDP, um how should we access it or take a look at the script?
Well, first you'd have to find it, probably look up fast underscore DP and Diamond. Should get you to their web page, and then they should have information there on how to download it. I'm not sure if you need to sign in to download it or whether it's uh just there to grab,
Mhm.
but it should be obvious from the web page.
Okay.
All right, the current crystal, which is A9, I no longer see any surface frost. So whatever is there, you should be able to shoot it. Also, the previous sample, A8, it had those crystals off on the side that we were going to look at, but I don't think we got around to it.
We'll go
So
back
if you
to
have
those
time later, we can go back to that.
Yeah, we'll go back to those in a minute. I accidentally clicked mount on the next one and I forgot in the moment. As soon as I clicked mount, I realized there were the crystals on the side. We can go back to it after this one.
While we are snapping this one, I did want to ask, with the exception of mainly that first salt crystal, every one that we've pulled out has had a lot of frost on it. Is that pretty common for the pucks, or do you think there is some sort of thing on our end that might have caused more frost than what would be desired?
Well, it could be handling in your lab,
Wow,
or
this is a good one.
Oh.
there's some danger of frosting during shipment as well.
Mm-hmm.
You'll recall FedEx had took a couple extra days because of the storm.
Do you guys update the file directory? This is A9, right? I
You're
think
in
the
the
Yeah,
file
it's
says
A9, and you just put it in the A8 directory,
dang it.
but it's definitely a protein.
Yeah.
hooray!
Something. Got a good one.
Wow.
Oh, wait, that one actually looks
That is
Okay,
purchase
first things
diffraction.
first. Um, you'll notice it's going clear to the edge in every direction.
Yes.
So to get higher resolution, you can decrease the detector distance.
Can you mouse out to the edge of that image to like one of the spots that's closer to the edge? I'm not sure it had what okay, yeah, that's pretty darn good.
Wow.
Yeah, you're seeing diffraction past 2 angstroms because we can see 2 angstroms currently, right?
Mhm.
1.7.
Oh, much better than that. Look in the corner and see what the
Absolutely.
resolution reads.
Yeah, so you can see the resolution up in the upper left hand. You see the eye, and then that's the intensity. That's how many. Okay, we'll say how many photons in the pixel, but it's not. Anyway, but then you'll see 3.5, angstrom. And so that angstrom tells you what resolution you are. So that tells you the distance that that particular spot has probed within the molecule, like the thinner atomic distance. So that looks like 1.8, 1.9. And if you go into like one of the corners of the
Go
detector,
to the upper right corner.
yeah, upper right corner, just mouse up to near to where they, yeah, go, keep on going up there. That's 1.3. That's incredible. That is really good diffraction to get it out that far. So if we want to, which I highly recommend, Dave mentioned moving the detector distance closer to the sample. That means that you're able to look at even shorter interatomic distances because we work in reciprocal space. So if you
Right.
pull that
So in the
detector in,
snapshot panel, just change the distance field.
mhm.
You also save a photo of this one.
All right. But
Oh. Selena's zooming it in.
oh, Selena zoom in?
Oh,
So do we re-snap with the zoomed in?
Oh, I think when they say increase the distance, they mean over here in the ADX snapshot,
Okay.
and then over here under the distance field.
Right. So
Okay.
snapshot is kind
Because
of an ambiguous term here.
yeah, yeah, we have the optical snapshot, and then we have the diffraction snapshot. I think they
You
were
and
mentioning
also
the
optical
diffraction
right
snapshot.
now.
Jesus. We still this. Wait, should take a picture of that still. Yeah.
All right. And
Yay.
And did you change the distance?
Yeah, we can always go.
Or-
Oh no, I didn't change this yet.
Change it, change it.
okay, so in the ADX snapshot window,
You want to go in and do that, Selena?
You do this, Selena.
Which part?
What distance would you recommend for this one?
maybe 200. The minimum is 180.
Okay.
Okay.
And just click snap again. Everything else can stay the same.
And then you look at the top. It's moving. Where's like the window? I don't know where he got that.
It'll take a second. I don't.
Oh, you doing that? I tried doing it freshman year, but then but since for this.
Oh, that's interesting.
All right, so it looks a little better contained here. You've got some blank space out here, a little less on the left side.
We can also change the contrast a bit and we can kind of look and see if there's more diffraction. That's because we're at this particular level of contrast, we can't see the lighter
You want to change it?
diffraction peaks.
Right. The ADXV control window is at the top center.
ADXV, that's this. No.
Up
Oh.
from there.
Control, right?
There. All right. See the slider to the right?
Yep.
Yeah, drag that slider up and down. And you see how you're changing the contrast on the image.
Yeah.
So it depends on whether you want to diminish the noise or see the weakest spots.
Okay. Let's not do that one. Let's see. Revealing. Let's make it like this. It's nice. I think that's a nice image right there.
Wow.
Looks like a rising sun.
It does.
I have to say, those are pretty nice diffraction spots as well. So if you notice, they're pretty spherical. That's good. You see a little bit of spreading, but it's not bad. That's really nice diffraction. And so occasionally what you'll get is you'll get a very nice crystal, but somewhere in it, it might have cracked. And the crack is super small. And maybe you can't even see it with your eye. In fact, you usually can't see it with your eye. And when that happens, if it cracks, or even if you have like two crystals which grow very similarly next to each other, you can get what we call twinning. And what you will see is kind of a shadow of another set of diffraction peaks that are almost exactly the same as the diffraction peaks you see here, but just off by a tiny bit. Um, right here, you don't see that. You don't see, a twin of every diffraction peak. You just see one, which is very nice. And yeah, they get a little bit streaky when you get a little bit further out, and that's not surprising.
All right, so it diffracts. I would recommend rotating by 90 degrees and taking another ADX snapshot. Um, well, you have to set the angle in the snapshot window. Yeah, there. So in the middle, starting phi, down, down, there. So what's 50 plus 90?
141.
Yeah, so enter that. All right, and just hit snap again. Okay, you can open out the ADXV window and look at it. All right, so you see it doesn't diffract as well from this direction.
What do you think is causing the two blobs?
Causing what?
The two largish
Oh,
sections.
that's your nylon loop.
Okay.
Or the mitogen mesh that you've mounted it on, yeah,
I think this is
Mm.
nylon.
excellent.
Yeah, the nylon makes sense. It's like there are strands in the nylon that are oriented maybe along the arc of the loop, so you get diffraction to either side of the orientation of the strands that maybe tell you something about the distance between the strands of the nylon.
Okay, do you want to tweak up the centering a bit, or do you want to just go ahead and collect data?
I think if we just go back to how we had it previously and collect data from there, would that be better?
You'll end up actually sweeping through this orientation as well. So it really, my favorite method of collecting is to do at least 180 degrees, if not a full 360, and collect all the way around. But with lysozyme, you could do 90 degrees, but I don't know. I'll let Dave, I'll let Dave drive this part.
So what I recommend is a full 360-degree rotation, so it's going to get back to that position anyway.
Okay, okay.
So a full set of data means you're collecting the diffraction data from all angles as you rotate it.
Okay, okay.
So Carlos, maybe you can try centering the beam on the main part of the crystal, and then really checking that the beam would be centered on the main part of the crystal, and then you can do a full
Yeah.
run.
I don't know. I think this whole thing right here is the crystal area, right? Um, is this part of the crystal as well, you guys think? Because
Yes.
then we can center it on
Yes,
these two.
center it like right there.
Yeah. Right. I no, this is the underside of the scoop, I believe.
Oh, because the scoop not a loop.
Yeah, this one's a scoop, not a loop.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like the scoop's pretty easier to use.
The scoops were definitely easier to use.
I disagree with that.
But
Oh, it's definitely scoops just crushed.
Which one? Like which one? Scoop it.
put in this problem that
Do you remember which one's yours?
Quick
That's
question for
probably good enough. This
Mhm.
crystal is so big, it would be hard to miss.
Quick question in terms of the curve in the loop, is that vitrified water, or like do we know why it sort of looks extremely curvy?
Um, well, if you zoom out, yeah, I think all of that stuff there is excess water. Because you
Yeah,
can
if you
see
ask,
the nylon loop right there, and then
Hmm.
everything that blobs it out to here is excess liquid.
yeah, if you ask me, that I would agree. That is when you harvested from the drop, you pulled up a lot of mother liquor that wicked itself between the end of the post and all over the mount itself. But we didn't see any sharp rings in the diffraction image, so apparently there's not ice that's concerning, so it was frozen well. Sometimes you might wick away the excess mother liquor before you freeze the protein crystal to make sure you don't have ice, but here looks fine, so we can just shoot through it.
Just out of curiosity, did you use a cryoprotectant in your mother liquor like glycerol or
Yeah,
Yes, we use glycerol
perfect?
as our fire protectant.
Right. And that's why you don't get ice. It's great.
Mhm.
All right, so to collect a complete data set, go to that runs window in the lower right. Yep. The directory field should be fine. The image prefix field, you can put anything you want in there. You could call it A9, for example. Um, okay, in the Linux world, I would recommend not putting spaces in file names. All right, so all these checkboxes should be fine. If we go to this big strip of numbers, a little lower, here's all the important run parameters. The run number is an arbitrary integer, so 1 is fine. If we collect a second data set on the same crystal, maybe we could bump it up to 2, just to give them different names. Okay, number of frames. I suggest you leave most of these alone. So it's going to collect 1,440 images. Each image will be a rotation of 1/4 degree. I'll do the math for you. That's 360-degree coverage, which is all the diffraction that's available. Detector distance here, we loaded from the snapshot window, 200. Starting angles, the only one that matters is phi. I don't see any reason to prefer any particular angle there. Rotation width, a quarter degrees. Exposure time for each image, 20 milliseconds, ought to be fine. So everything is good. You can hit the collect button when you're ready.
And I'll mention just for data organization, uh, the data 1 in your image prefix would be handled by changing that run number to 2 if you were to collect another data set on this sample. So instead of saying A9 data 1, you could just call it A9 and then change the run number, which would append itself behind the image prefix on each subsequent run that you collect. But of course, you can have it whatever image prefix you like.
All right, I'm going to pop up the webcams there. You can see various things. iCal is lit up now. You can see it's about 2600 because the shutter is open. Your sample is rotating. With these parameters, a full data collection should take 28.8 seconds, and it's done already. iCal went back to 0, so I know the shutter is closed. The status window takes a little time to catch up, but it now says detector readout. So that means it knows the shutter is closed and it's writing the files to disk. Only when the files are written to disk will it return you to the system is idle message, which means you can continue. Meanwhile, the diffraction image here, it looks a little lighter, but remember that's only a 20 millisecond exposure, which it's a little lighter to the eye, but it's enough for ADX. And remember, that's only over a quarter of a degree. So the equivalent to what you were looking at in the snapshot was a 1 degree rotation with 100 milliseconds. So it's very comparable. So that data looks good. It should have submitted a batch job to do your processing. I'm going to go to the browser here. The DP view is the data summary statistics. I'm going to hit the refresh button. There's your data set. So within 5 to 10 minutes, that should be finished, and you can come and click refresh again, and it will show you the numbers on all that, in case you don't know what the space group and unit cell of lysozyme are. So at this point, you should continue. You could do something else with this crystal, or you could move on to the next one.
What do you recommend right now?
This data looks pretty good, so I don't think you need a safety set. We can always come back to this crystal later if we need it, but we have a good data set in the bin, so maybe go look at some of your other samples.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The data, if the data looks good, you're not probably going to get any additional information from collecting a second run, even if you were to try and merge those two data sets. And in general, for beam time, using beam time efficiently, if you had 7 pucks worth of samples, you might be, trying really hard to make sure you get through them all. So at this point, I would say try the next one, see how it looks, and maybe mark this one if you're keeping notes as you go as to what you see in each sample. This would be one I might mark as very good. If I have time at the end, come back, maybe collect another data set just to see what it looks like. And I do recommend keeping notes as you go to say with each sample what you're noticing, the data is good or bad. And when you go to process, you might have some notes that you take as you go along today that you remember, oh yeah, that crystal was particularly good, or oh, I saw some twinning in this crystal, so maybe I should have a different approach with the data analysis and so forth.
Yeah, we're loading.
Well, the processing is finished. We can look at it when we have time. Well, that's still mounting, so I'll go ahead and refresh. Oh, surprise, it's tetragonal P422. Unit cell dimensions.
Wait, that's so good. It's pretty good. It's pretty solid. Wow.
Resolution 1.38, so that's pretty good. Completeness 99.7%. So all of that looks good. And your next sample is mounted.
It's like it just basically the same quality of scan.
What is that?
It's a loop.
Wait, that's a loop, isn't it?
It's like one of the ones that was like
The scooper.
That's a mitogen mount, yes.
Why isn't it good? There it is.
Rotate it. See. Is that love thing stick to the crystal? I don't know. Rotate it. Wait, the entire crystal? I think it's one big crystal.
Oh, it's one big mistake. I fear if it may be a salt one again.
I'm not crystal.
Yes, because the other salt one that we found was exactly like this, I believe.
That's very distractions. Go to such a shit. Wait, so let me take a picture.
Yeah, I'll take a snapshot in a second. I just need to get it oriented first, and then I'll snapshot.
It does look like pretty crystal, even if it may or may not be a salt crystal.
It is beautiful. If you want to be even more detailed with the photos, at some point you can try multi-snap. I like setting up, 4 90-degree images or 12 30-degree images, and that way you can basically have a full 360 view of what the crystal looks like.
What is that? Maybe we can do that for this one, since it's such a nice crystal.
Try it while I'm sitting here, because at some point, once you're going smoothly, I'm going to abandon you, and you'll be
Yeah.
all alone. Well, okay, not altogether abandoned, but anyway, not watching you collect data for hours.
Yeah.
So here
Okay.
at this point, you can change the number of images and the phi increment to whatever you like. I like 490s or 1230s, and
So
You could
490s.
zoom in first.
yeah, and make sure the zoom is sufficient to get what you need out of it.
Oh,
I'm not sure you can roll that window up while you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's probably stealing the focus. Hit cancel. All right, so zoom in.
I don't know.
Since I zoomed in, I gotta sure it's working.
I think it might be a socket. Oh.
Oh boy!
What is that?
Wow!
What is that?
What
What
do you
does
guys
this
see in there?
imply?
What do you think that is?
I think it's a salt. I feel like that's a salt. It's a cube.
I feel like it might be a salt crystal.
What I think I'm seeing, and you can snap to find out, but I think I see one gigantic salt crystal and a bunch of tiny other crystals, maybe tiny protein crystals, or maybe tiny salt crystals underneath it or on top of it.
Oh.
That's pretty cool.
Shoot it. Shoot.
Oh, that's an interesting crystal then. Interesting data point.
That might be my wild card.
Wait, what is that?
I gotta snap that.
Centurions.
Like up, right? Where's that? Just like, ask it.
Okay. I feel like I'm convinced it's salt crystal.
Okay, I'm going to suggest to get the best view of this, I'll make some small rotations here to line it up. I want to look flat in the plane of the mount. All right, so now center right in the middle of that. Now, when you rotate 90, you'll be looking face onto the loop. That's about the center of mass of your giant crystal there.
Yeah, giant salt crystal.
What's interesting is it's so large that when you rotate it so that it's in this view, the front of the crystal towards the camera is out of focus. It's like it's bigger than the depth of focus of the imaging system, actually, seems like.
Incredible.
I've never seen crystals inside of a crystal before.
I don't think they're inside. I think they're probably on the surface, one
Oh
surface.
yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
What is that?
The X-rays will tell us.
Okay, so did you say that?
Yeah, okay. I think you finished taking the trouble. Oh, it says stop taking trouble bit. Okay. So now from here we can take the multi-snap.
Yep.
Okay.
And keep also check the phi starting value.
75. Here.
75, yep. And I would type that into the
Oh
multi-snap
no.
window.
This.
No, not there.
Not here. No, I
The
meant like it's the this says right here is the current phi, but this one's the starting phi over here.
Okay, yes, but you're taking a
Well, that's the
camera
starting
image
phi on the
snapshot.
ADX snapshot. You want the starting phi on the multiple optical snapshots right there.
This is A10.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's say 10.
It's A10 with
Okay,
wait, make sure you put like
A10
pre-rinse or something.
This is, did we rinse or?
We didn't rinse.
So,
Did we
yes.
No, it's never.
So if you go in, yeah.
Wait, you got to make sure it's on A10. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's centered. Now you want to take an X-ray snapshot.
That's just done.
Is the distance being 200 still fine, or should we change that back to 300?
Well, first I would change the directory.
That is also a great starting point you have.
And I would change the starting phi valve number to a 75, which was straight into the crystal phase. Distance, I don't think matters because I think this is salt. So just go ahead. If we need to change it, we'll take another shot.
Okay. So what's that?
All right, it's snapping. So now you want to see the ADXV diffraction window. Bring up the ADXV diffraction viewer.
Oh, wait.
Yep, right there. Okay, you want the good news or the bad news?
Let's do the good news since you said that one first.
Good news, that is protein diffraction.
Nice.
If it's lysozyme, I presume that's lysozyme. The bad news is that your lattice looks messed up. You remember Jenny talking about twinning?
Yes.
That's what twinning looks like.
Okay.
Okay,
And not only
so
that, it looks like there's more than one. So there's twinning, but then it looks like there's also another crystal diffraction in there because there's multiple crystals
I,
is what.
Yeah.
I think you might have quintuplets or something here.
I mean, it's a whole family of crystals in that.
okay, so it's possible that there's like maybe a crack in your crystal, and thus there's two separate pieces that are stacked. So you can try shooting different areas of the crystal and see if one area is better.
Uh, what I think is you're hitting all those tiny crystals underneath. So as it rotates, you're going to have a hard time finding a position that doesn't go across all those tiny crystals, but you might try, like Dave
Well, I
said, snapping around.
disagree. I
Oh,
think those I
Oh,
think those small crystals are too small to matter. And I think
okay.
you have a big square crystal, which I'm gonna trace out here. And then you can see the outline of another
Hmm.
crystal that's here. This is maybe another line. So I would suggest maybe shooting over here on the left corner, and then you might be able to get a single crystal out of it.
You know what? That's a good thought. Shoot around, see what you find.
so you get
Uh, in particular, when you're doing this, you want to pay more attention to the horizontal direction because the crystal is going to rotate around that axis anyway. So where your
okay.
mouse is right now, double click. All right, rotate by 90 and make sure the other dimension is clear. Okay, maybe do a little better centering that. Yeah, no, no, no. In the vertical, I meant.
Oh,
Um, yes, up there. All right, shoot that, see what happens. Okay, look at the diffraction image. Yep. Ah, that
Wow.
is much cleaner.
Wow.
You know, my motto when I was in grad school was, if it works, I'm a genius. It didn't always work.
Good job, Dave. Good,
All
good
right,
call.
this looks good. Rotate 90 and take another snapshot. So go to the snapshot panel and set the starting phi angle.
Wait, don't. You minimized it.
All right, let's get the snapshot taken, then we'll go hunt for that window. So starting phi angle, what's 75 plus 90? It's 165. Uh, all right, go ahead, hit snap. All right, so now you need to find the ADXV viewing window, which in the taskbar over to the left, it's like the third from the left, right there. So that's image number 9. We're waiting for image number 10 to come up. That looks good.
Yeah, looks
I
beautiful.
recommend a complete data set on this one. All right, image prefix name. So the directory was automatically updated when you took the snapshot. The image prefix name here you want to change to A10. Everything else can stay the same. Yep, go ahead.
Wait, Dave, how could you tell that most likely the entire crystal was protein crystal?
Actually, I had my money on that being a salt crystal.
Yes. But
But
afterward,
once you had the multiple lattice, then they were approximately equal strength. So I ruled out those tiny little things. It had to be two crystals of approximately the same size. And in the view we were looking at the time, you could see those that line there marking where you might it could be crystals don't always have nice clean facets. Um, but sometimes they do. Okay, so it looks like the exposure's done and it's writing files. And it's done. Okay, so you could try shooting other sections of this crystal, but you got a good data set. I think you're ready to move on.
We need to take a photo.
Just take, yeah, let's take a photo.
Take the photo and then just
Hold up.
Position it a little better.
Oh wait, let me move. Why is it? It's glitching.
it's like
Oh wait, I forgot the song. Right? Do that.
oh, just even put it in to recognize that it's
So I'll just mention as you go along today, if you find that you're rinsing nearly every sample and you decide that you want to rinse every sample before it's mounted the first time to save you time, you can select this pre-rinse checkbox underneath mount, and that will, after it is grabbed the sample, it will rinse it before it initially mounts it. And that'll save you a couple of minutes of mounting, dismounting, rinsing time if you decide that it's worth the extra few seconds to rinse before the mount.
We're just gonna move on to the next thing.
take a
Yeah, they take a snapshot of it?
take a snapshot after post rinse.
Post rinse.
Post rinse snapshot.
Post rinse snapshot, and then let's just go next.
Yeah,
It's just a sync.
just the document.
if I can make one suggestion. I recommend centering roughly in all three dimensions before you take a snapshot, just to make sure that it's not out of the plane of focus in the current view. I don't think you rotated 90 and centered again, so it's possible that it could be the image quality could be better if you center it before you take the snapshot, the image snapshot.
Wait, you gotta close the snapshot window.
No, like, yeah, that one.
No, that one.
Yeah,
Yeah. What?
because otherwise it won't let you operate the.
Okay.
Quick question about single wavelength anomalous diffraction. I know that the K edge, I think for or the KEV here is around 13.99. How would we, say for example, in the future, wanted to set up an experiment where the KEV is 12.66? What would that sort of entail? And then how do we set that up?
So, remind me again what energy you would want to go to.
For example, 12.66.
Oh, yeah, that is possible at this beamline.
Yeah.
It is not automated at this beamline yet. Um, that is something we would love to do eventually. But if you're interested in different wavelengths, you would need to talk to our staff. So this would be Dave or John currently, or myself, and ask for, if you wanted to have a change in energy. It does take us a little bit, a few hours for us to realign the beamline to new energies, and we generally try to group user experiments based on the energies that they're interested in using. I would say most of our users don't really have a preference for energies. They just are excited to, use whatever energy they have. But if you really are looking at anomalous scattering and you want to be at 12.6, we can take you there. The downside is that that is off of a peak of one of our undulators, and so you will see a reduction in flux. Most of the time, our users do attenuate the beam to use it, so a small decrease in flux won't actually hurt you too much. You just need to attenuate less.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Um, so you think that, for example, the selenium-based SAT phasing should be possible?
I I will say it should be possible. This would be actually this would be a good question for Dave to field as well. It's been a while since I've collected on this beamline, and a while since I've collected at 12.6. We do have 12.8, but I know that that misses the selenium edge a little bit.
Mhm.
So yeah, I will let Dave pop in if he's still listening.
Yes, you should be able to do SAD phasing from our beam line. An important thing is that you should let us know in advance. Don't show
Mhm.
up at starting time and say, "Oh, could you change the wavelength for me?" Because it takes like maybe an hour or two.
Mhm.
And if you want some at that wavelength and some at another, we would ask that you group them together. So do everything at one wavelength, and then we could come in and switch the wavelength to the other. So the fewer switchovers, the better.
Mhm.
These days, I would guess that fewer people are doing anomalous phasing just because everyone is using molecular replacement from the AI models.
Mhm. Okay, yeah, that's very very encouraging information because I think in the future, if we get the opportunity, we will be interested in exploring crystallizing nucleic acids with selenium incorporated in oxygen positions. Um, so that's very very encouraging information. Thank you. Also, in terms of beam time requests, if we had the opportunity to, um, for example, how does beam time requests like extensions or like applying for additional runs in the other seasons work?
So, a couple of things. Sorry, Dave, if you wanted to answer, go ahead. I don't want to hop on you.
Uh, Go ahead. This is a different type of proposal, which you can explain.
Yeah, so you're currently on a proposal, which is like a training proposal. And
Mhm.
this was time that's been granted by Cornell University. And I would say that it is for training purposes, a
Mhm.
workshop. However, if you wanted to submit a proposal for beam time that's outside of a workshop like this, highly encouraged, and we're happy to help you with that as well. what that proposal would do was you would need to talk about the types of samples and the scientific justification behind those samples and using beam time. When you submit your proposal to our system, it would go through our typical kind of pipeline for user access at our beamlines. And what that means is that it goes through what every proposal goes, which is, a feasibility study, and those are usually from our scientists here at Chess. It would go through a safety committee, and this proposal did that too. So the current one we're on also had to go through safety. So that's all stuff that's, all proposals do. But in addition to that, they'll go through a peer review process. And that's fairly important. This is where unbiased, kind of third-party scientists take a look at the proposal and look at its scientific justification, its broader impacts, all that kind of stuff, in order for it to merit time during our kind of government-sponsored beam time. And that's the majority of our beam time is this kind of, peer-reviewed process. And that's because we're mostly sponsored by the NSF and the NIH. We're extremely grateful for that. And basically anybody can apply to that and they would need to do this proposal process. So any one of us can help guide you through that process and, help guide the justification and the broader impacts and talk about how to really develop a really compelling proposal to put into our system. And then you would get awarded time. We have a rapid access model currently as well. That rapid access model means that if you submit a proposal today, you could potentially get beam time within about a week or so. That's extremely accelerated, but that's because the nature of protein crystallography is when you got crystals, you should collect. So oftentimes we'll have people who, or users who will submit proposals because they finally have crystal samples and we'll get, oh, thank you, John. I didn't realize I did know we were recording. Good to know that we'll be on YouTube as well. Thank you. Anyway, so yeah, we will help you to devise a strong proposal. And our scientists are always happy to do that because, of course, we want to have, we want to have as many users and as many scientific projects come through here as possible. But yeah, so then we'll contact you to kind of coordinate when that beam time would be appropriate for both us and for you guys. And then, yeah, we'll be at the running. But we're already taking proposals for the next run, which starts in April, late April, I think. Yes, or maybe early May. I don't have the calendar in front of me, unfortunately. And that's kind of the normal process. We prefer to have as much advance warning as possible. If you want to have beam time, for instance, in our next run, we would love to know as soon as possible. Just because, booking stuff in the next week is generally not super easy on our part, which is fine. So. So yeah, so that's a normal process. So yeah, if you're interested in putting in a proposal, Dave or I will certainly help to put that together.
Then I know that in the past, I think sort of our group and also John may have been interested in continuing the current sort of collaboration type style setup. Do you think that would still be possible in the future?
I'll have to talk with my boss about that because it's like the beam time is awarded based on how much availability we have because this is not partner sponsored or this is not the NSF NIH sponsored time. This is actually sponsored through Cornell. And it's a discussion, so I can get back to you on what that looks like for the next run.
So you're basically saying it may or may not sort of vary from run to run as to the possibility.
So this, since it's a workshop and it's a training session, it's different, right? So it kind of falls into not our typical proposal pool. And just because of that, it requires a little extra special attention from both myself and then getting approval from our director. So the facility director, as in the whole facilities director. Um, so we got approval for this one workshop, which is great. And you can certainly submit beam time requests through the proposal that's currently in. So this proposal that we're on, which I don't have the number in front of me at the moment, but this proposal does have a proposal number. So then you can submit a beam time request. Whether or not it actually gets time is ultimately up to our director. But you know, there's wiggle room. So suffice it to say that I don't want to give an answer until I've actually talked with my director to see how many days we can give to non NSF or NIH time.
Yes. Yeah, and I think for our sort of like training purposes for showing students what collecting diffraction data looks like, and then how do you actually build your model, and then go from there. We could, like, in terms of our sort of, in terms of the number of crystals we would produce or need, it's very sort of small in quantity. So very much so, like, 4 hours to maybe even less can very much be very useful for the students just to take a look at the setup and see how the setup works and see how Cornell MacCHESS or Cornell Chess works.
Sure.
And I think what was suggested in the past was maybe perhaps like one possibility is maybe, for example, a very short run every, like, maybe once or twice a year would be already very extremely exciting for the students.
Why don't you go ahead and write up a quick description, just super informal, and send it to me so that I have some justification to talk to my director
Okay.
about, or our director about.
Mhm.
And then we can, I'll let you know what is being discussed and how to move forward.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Like, what type of details would you like for me to include?
Just what type of frequency, for instance, how many hours,
Mhm.
would this be on just lysozyme samples, or would there be, new samples, that kind of a thing? If it would be, new students each time, or just developing and improving on current expertise as well. It just gives us a good scope of, what the impact and whatnot of having more time would be for the students and then for this program.
Mhm. Just writing these things down. Yeah, definitely. We have on average 10 to 20 new club members at the Stars at GT branch every year. At the introduction meeting this past fall, there was 80 people who showed up to the welcome meeting, and they were all very excited about uh, the potential ability to collect data at Cornell Chess. And yeah, everyone was very excited. So it's really wonderful to get the chance, today to collect data. I mean, I've been extremely interested in protein crystallography and nucleic acid crystallography since I was in high school, and yeah, being here at this stage has been extremely exciting for all of us, and getting the opportunity today here, also has been extremely amazing. And so we're also very thankful to, everyone here, you, John, and also Dave. And in terms of the impact, we serve new students every year. These are very uh, I mean, our club is open to any type of student, regardless of major. So we have physics majors, chemistry majors, chemie majors, BME majors, and also math majors, and also neuroscience majors. And our club is sort of set up in a way so that we are um, cultivating leadership while sharing with students the beauty and usefulness of science, especially through crystallography. And yeah, our sort of workshops and club meetings embody our mission to engage and empower students in crystallography and crystallography and structural biology. And we really just love the fact that crystallography is not only important for research, but also it's relatively easy to do compared to organic synthesis reactions or cultivating cell lines or cell cultures. And then, of course, the most important fact that the crystals are actually very beautiful. So it's very encouraging for the students to see, oh, wow, I got a beautiful crystal. What next? Like, what can we do with the crystal? Like, how can we take it further? So
Well,
being able to go from, okay, we have the crystal, and this is how we can make models out of electron density map, to really or this key core part of how do we go in between? How do you actually collect your own diffraction data? And like I mentioned to John in the past, this really is like a third dimension of crystallography that almost like other students rarely get to see in terms of opportunity. And I think it's a very like useful experience for students to see what their research grade sort of setup looks like and
well, it's quite
get
wonderful to
inspired about
see.
the science.
It's quite wonderful to see undergraduates so interested because, I didn't collect my first data set until I was a graduate student. I knew about crystallography and I was fascinated with structural biology, especially playing around with, with models and whatnot and diffraction data, but didn't, I did not collect a data set until I was a graduate student at Cornell. So it's really I think it's such an incredible experience to be able to just, control a beamline from hundreds of miles away and be able to collect data. And then, my favorite part about a crystallography is actually an understanding what the data is and how,
Yes.
how
Yes.
you can fit models to it and what those models mean. Um, and yeah, so the fun is just starting. So,
Yes,
um,
definitely.
but no, I really do appreciate that. And having something that I can take uh, to leadership to be able to levy this proposal for more time would be extremely useful. So thank you.
Mhm.
Um, but no, I mean, you're preaching to the choir. All of us here really do adore this part of crystallography. So
Yeah.
happy to share. Obviously, all of us are very excited to share our knowledge.
Yes, and we really do appreciate this opportunity, and also the um, the kindness that you guys have showed us throughout this entire process.
Well,
Well,
let
I think
me.
this is, sorry, go ahead, John.
Well, I was just going to say that I am glad we got it to work out, and I do hope that we can have a debrief meeting at some point in the next week or two or three or however long in the near future to
Mhm.
discuss how it went for you guys, how it went for us, and how it could, if it were to happen again, what we could do to make it even better.
Mhm.
Um, and we could talk about also the current active proposal as a training mechanism and going forward with that, as well as if you want to submit a proposal for peer review for other, samples you could scientifically justify
Mhm.
in a different way. I'll also ask, since when we met, or at least when we talked, one place we talked about this was at your talk at ACA last summer. There were two Beamline directors and little old me there. Uh, so we pulled this together, which is great. Did you happen to get in touch with either John Rose or Jay Nix over at APS and ALS? And I'm wondering if you might be, or in the future might pursue beam time at APS or ALS also from a STARS organizational collaboration,
Mhm.
mechanism.
Yeah, that's definitely a very good point. I At the time before the conference, I tried reaching out to them. I definitely reached out to John Rose. I don't think I reached out to Jay Nix, but I mean, at the talk, they did seem moderately interested. But I think we had a much stronger sort of connection, and so I think I always sort of prioritize
Sure.
that first. And I mean, definitely we can consider collaborations or consider beam time proposals with ALS and also APS. I think with my current post back position at U Chicago, I will very likely start another branch of STARS at U Chicago in the near future. And because the work I do in the lab is RNA crystallography, I think I'll likely get the opportunity to know more people at the APS and then most likely get a chance to talk with them about ideas there.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I thought both of them seemed also rather interested. So that's just a different dimension that you could consider exploring, is now you've taken your
Mhm.
protein crystals to a beamline and collected data, but not every beamline looks alike. You might get very similar data out, but operating different beamlines could also be an interesting way to go about, increasing the amount of time you're awarded, having your collaboration spread across multiple beamlines. Um, and
Mhm.
you could think about that as another way to further your efforts at synchrotrons in the near future.
Yes, definitely. I do appreciate that point. Yes, it's a very good point to consider.
Plus, you're close to APS there, so while you're there, maybe you could find your way into taking a tour. Although you did the tour last summer.
Well, I was supposed to. I signed up and everything was ready to go. And then at the last second, we decided to cancel to get a professor at U Chicago.
Mm.
Mhm.
Well, you should find. How long are you there?
I'll be there until around Mayish, June-ish, but I also anticipate being a PhD student here
Okay.
soon.
Well, if you want to find your way to touring the crystallography beamline at APS, we might be able to, uh, you know, might be able to connect with one of the beamline people over there and see if they're amenable to that. I don't know them all
Mhm.
that well personally, but
I do. So
Jenny
I
does.
can talk to them.
Yeah, that'd be great. Like, I think that would be amazing to get to connect with them and see
Let's,
what the setup looks like.
yeah, for sure. Um, you guys get done with your beam time, and then we'll chat about debrief and other interesting ideas going forward. How's that?
Sounds good. Are you going to IUCR this year?
I sure hope so.
He's
I-
going to
I'm looking.
IUCR.
I'm looking at Ginny's direction right now.
Yes, you'll be going to IUCR. As long as you're willing to run the booth again with Trisha.
Absolutely.
Cool. Also, we have a bigger budget for signage, so we need to make some new banners.
Yeah, they need a good overhaul. That's a good thing to put on
We
the
should,
to-do list.
I apologize, we shouldn't talk about this on this, so let's talk about this on tomorrow, since tomorrow is Monday. On that note, I think I'm going to step away. I have a few Super Bowl dishes to whip up because I'm a Seahawks fan and will absolutely be watching the Super Bowl this year. So I have some dips to make. And I hope that you guys have a wonderful rest of this data collection. I might poke my head in if you guys are still on later tonight. But if not, good luck and have so much fun.
Mhm. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Bye, Jenny.
So much.
Thank you so much for tuning in
Thank
and helping us
you.
out.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Mhm.
Yeah, looks like you guys are running pretty smoothly. I'm gonna stick on here, but I'm gonna mute myself again and turn off my video and wander about my house. But I will hear the calls for help, and Dave is, I think, still here, and so just go about your business and see what kind of data you can get.
Thank you so much.
Good.
Thank you.
That one looks like a broken loop. And you can see the end. There's a very small piece of the imide left, and everything above that is the metal pin. You probably don't want to shoot the metal pin. You could try shooting this piece, but if there was a crystal, it was probably in the part that was lost.
Okay, thank you. I think we're just gonna go to the next scene.
Okay, I need to point out here that the centering camera looks down from 45 degrees above the X-ray beam. So in a case like this, for certain angles, you're going to hit that metal post. If you just want to do a snapshot, line it up the way you would like to see it now, and then rotate it by negative 45 degrees. Okay, and that's the angle you should enter as starting phi in the ADX snapshot window.
Okay. Okay, so center on the crystal.
So at this point, the X-ray um, so you didn't have to move it there. At this point, the X-ray beam is seeing what you were seeing at the other angle.
There's a plus one.
So that was about 135.
What's that?
Oh,
Oh, I get what you're saying. So from this angle, the beam would come down 45. Did I click plus 45?
So right now the beam is looking at what you were looking at 180. And you can get a snapshot here. You may not be able to collect a complete data set if it's any good.
flask.
We have a question on what our data looks like right now.
The data you've already collected?
Yeah, this little snapshot right here.
Yeah, what about it?
Is it worth like doing the whole diffraction data for, or should we just move on?
No, that's whatever that is, it is not protein diffraction.
You don't know when it's supposed to be fraction.
I'm guessing you might be glancing the metal. What's the resolution? So put the pointer on it. 4.4 angstroms roughly. I don't think it's water, but the most important thing is that it's not protein. So no, you don't need a complete data set of that.
Okay, thank you.
What do you guys think it looks like?
That looks good.
It looks solid. Let's see. Where is the magnify? Here it is. There we go.
Does it look like twinning
Yeah.
or
Oh.
No,
Is that twin?
It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. Maybe like what we did with the other one, we need to zoom in further.
The distance.
Yeah, or actually no. What
It's already.
Where distance already is 200, never mind. We've already zoomed in far enough.
You try a different snapshot.
I think this one's definitely worth taking an additional snapshot of it.
Yeah, maybe we should move to.
There is a weird gap right here. I don't know what that is.
oh, that's
Um,
usually there.
Okay, okay.
That's usually
There's and it's 1.1 angstrom. Okay,
It's not bad.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, we should go.
we can definitely just maybe just take an additional picture for this, and then we can collect this one data.
But Dave, how do you tell between if there's twinning and if it's a good set?
um, well, if it's twinning, it will look like two lattices superimposed on each other.
Okay.
This looked a little messed up in places, but not in others. You could try shooting different spots on the crystal and see if that makes a difference. But from what I saw, I would probably go ahead and collect that. And I mean, the ultimate answer is whether it processes well or not.
Mhm.
Hello again.
Hello.
Are you noticing that your detector image looks rather blank?
Yeah.
So that is another good indication that maybe there are not X-rays at all. If you don't even see any background, like you were saying before, this to me is completely blank, no X-rays at all. So
Yeah.
Oh,
there it is,
Oh.
the
Okay.
sharp vertical line of beam drop.
Oh
Yep.
no.
Oh.
Beam has been lost.
So beam has been lost. Yeah, and you see that in the info panel, it went red. So now's a good time for a break. If you were sitting on site, you might go drink coffee or something, but there's nothing to do until the beam comes back. If it's just a glitch in a vacuum pressure reading that clears quickly, it might ramp right back up in 20 minutes, 15 minutes. If not, it might take longer. So just keep an eye on the info panel. They'll write if there's a time estimate, but I would expect to be able to take a reasonable break at this point because it might not be immediate to come back.
Do you know what causes these generally?
Sure. Lots of reasons why the beam might drop. There have recently been vacuum pressure issues in a certain part of the accelerator. It's actually in a part of one of the beam lines that's very close to the accelerator. And there's a vacuum leak that they have not been able to fix yet because of access problems. So every once in a while that causes the vacuum instability causes the beam to drop. Other times the superconducting RF cavities in the accelerator, the windows get gases frozen to them because it's very, very cold. So there's like a cyclical process where ice will build up and then it will sort of outgas. Those will cause brief blips in the vacuum pressure, which may also cause the beam to be lost. Those kind of things let the beam recover really quickly. It could be something like a sync capacitor, so something that helps the LINAC function. Uh, so it could be that something has actually physically blown in the electrical work over there, so they might uh, have to go into the tunnel and actually swap out some hardware, and that might take hour, 2 hours, who knows how long. It could be something that they don't even know what's going on. And so in that case, it takes some time for them to diagnose. But rest assured, when they figure out if it will be an extended period of time for the beam before the beam comes back, they'll post something there in the status page.
Okay.
It can be misleading at times if you're not used to you collect a lot of frames, you're snapping, you're looking for diffraction, nothing is happening before you realize there is no beam at all. Um, so for remote users, that's a tricky thing to keep in mind, but we'll wait and see. Has anything good come up since I last chimed in? Any good samples?
They have 4 data
15.
sets that have processed.
Oh,
Yeah, we got
nice.
5 good samples. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have 6 pucks left to look at. Six
Six
pins.
pins,
Six
six
pins.
pins, 6 crystals.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. So we mentioned that this might be a good time in terms of a break.
Well, I don't know anything more than you do right now, except
They're start attempting to fill right now. If that works out, it'll take them at least 10 to 15 minutes to get up to full current. If it doesn't work out and they need a repair, then we'll find out about it later, and it could take hours or days.
so keep an eye on the status page.
But the fact that they are trying to fill is a good sign, and we'll see how it goes over the next 15 minutes.
Yep.
So look at that, John, 1.11 angstroms. It's
That's
pretty
excellent.
reasonable.
That's excellent data. Very good. Uh, what kind in these samples, is there anything, are they all the same kind of samples? Did you prepare them in different ways? Did you soak things in like you mentioned you might?
Okay, Puck A is all the same sample type where we soaked it for about an hour versus Puck B being where we just soaked them for like 10 or so minutes.
Okay.
So that was like the difference we had between the two.
I noticed that the last one there, B7, is a different unit cell. Or it's wait. Okay, A15. Oh, so you have a fifth one now, but A15 has a different unit cell than the others.
Uh-oh.
Interesting.
What could that imply?
That could imply the DNA might have gotten into the crystal.
Mm.
Well, so it could mean either it's just a different structure,
Yeah, that's
or it could be that the data is messed up and the processing had problems.
Okay.
okay. Yeah.
And you'll have to look at it and see.
Mm-hmm.
But everything you sent was lysozyme crystals of the same conditions, just different things soaked in. Huh.
So then, say for example, if the crystal crystallized in P422 and then you soak something in, is
Okay,
it
you could
possible for the
you gotta
crystal
figure out.
to change space group?
Well, every protein is different. There are cases where you soak something in and it changes the unit cell symmetry.
Okay.
But like I say, it's on an individual basis. There's no general principles going on. I've had cases, there are cases where you can soak something in or add a cryoprotectant and it actually improves your diffraction. I've had that happen. A15. All right, so I'm going to go look at that right now. All right, so and it did process to uh, for some reason I can't move my mouse. That was weird. I couldn't move my mouse into the no machine window. So not only is it different cell dimensions, but the resolution is much worse, 2.6, whereas everything else is better than 2. Completeness is down a bit. So first thing here is that doesn't look so great. So there's about 3 angstroms there, and it's pretty messy for the last bit. So I'm going to, all right, there are 1,440 images. They are packed into 50 images per file. So I'm going to stride through them here, one file at a time.
Are you sharing your screen right now or just giving a general overview of the process?
I am not sharing my screen. Would you like me to?
Yes,
I
please.
can
I,
share screen. Sorry.
I thought you were probably looking at the no machine anyway.
Thank you.
All right, so you can see this is not great compared to your other better ones. So the resolution is not great. There's 2.8 right there. And even within that resolution, it just looks messy. Spots are kind of streaked together. '29. All right, so I'm going to go with just it's not very good data. We can compare that with your best one there, 1.810. Okay, so the resolution is really good. There's 1.4, 1.1 is out into the corners. And within that, throughout the resolution range, all the spots are single. There's no smearing, there's no streaking or muddiness. Oh, by the way, as I flip through this, so I'm looking at every 50th image, you will see that uh, the diffraction pattern consists of these curves, which are called lunes, L-U-N-E-S. There's always one lune that goes right through the direct beam, and then the others are concentric with it. So as I flip through the pattern, we're rotating the crystal. This pattern will move fairly slowly. All right, so here the setter has come down a bit and more and more. So now it's almost even with the beam stop, and then it will continue down off the bottom. So the individual spots come and go, but the broader symmetry in the pattern moves fairly slowly. So the location of all these spots is related to the symmetry of the crystal. Each individual spot can be assigned 3 indices called Miller indices, H, K, and L. And you can find out about that if you read up on diffraction theory. And then the amplitude and phase of each reflection is related to the structure within the unit cell, so of the molecule. So the pattern is a convolution of the symmetry from the crystal lattice and the structure of your crystal. But here you can see a really good data set and compare it to your other one, which was just not that good. Okay, so their fill attempt failed.
Bummer.
So here it's a matter of seeing whether they try again or whether they announce that they're going to do some diagnosis or repairs. I'm going to check the chess teams and see if there's anything. Nothing informative.
In terms of accessing the data on Globus, what should that look like?
What was the question?
Um, for the data we have on, or for the data we've collected, how should we move that onto Globus, or is it already on Globus? And then how should we access that later?
It's available through Globus. You use Globus to transfer the data from our servers to your own computer.
Mm-hmm.
There should be information in the chess user guide about how to use that. I think you need to know the directory your data is in.
Okay.
Which is it's just the first part of your all right. That should do it. So /NFS/chess/DAQ, which is short for data acquisition,
Mm-hmm.
/2026-1/ID7B2/G8Tech/2026-0208.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then on Globus we can just transfer the data that way, and then the other training video will also be at the chess class endpoint.
Yes, it's the same set of directories.
Okay.
So here I'm in your main directory there. There's all your A and B directories. Here's one called
Mm-hmm.
training.
Mm-hmm.
Chess ID 72 training 2025.mp4. And it looks like the current size is 580 megabytes, I think. Wait.
Okay.
That might be 58 gigabytes. I'm trying to remember the command that puts out interpretable units.
Yeah, I think it could be possible it's 58 gigabytes.
Yeah, 56 gigabytes.
Okay.
Lowercase h.
Lowercase h. 56 gigabytes.
All right, we are back to green. John, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, beam is back. All right, the beam map just found itself. Anything you want to do to tweak that?
Well, no, I don't think so. We
All
could,
right.
do we have a sample mounted right now? We do. We should be okay. If the counts are still where we had them before, I don't think anything else should be out of alignment, so I wouldn't expect a problem.
All right, they can go ahead and continue then.
Maybe they took my advice and went on a break.
Maybe.
No, some of our officers did go and get lunch, but there's still three of us here.
Okay.
Um, so that when all of us might potentially be back and ready in an hour or to collect data again. Um, but the three of us here can collect some data points.
Sure, have at it.
Oh, yeah. Also, we do have to change rooms really quickly, so we will be logging out and logging back in. So we'll be right back.
Okay. Susanna, you're not playing around at all?
I mean, it'd be good to play around. Um,
Yeah, are you gonna collect more later, or are you guys just gonna finish the samples you got and stop? What's your plan for later?
I think they'll likely finish collecting, and then if and then I think what I'll likely do is also play around with the crystals a little bit more, and maybe record a short video, sort of showcasing the different types of diffraction you might see.
Okay, sounds good.
Will the beam and the the setup be available through 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
If you want it to be, if you finish up, you
Okay.
should let us know, and then we'll probably lock things up. You know, there's a large sporting event later this evening, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah, that is a good point. Uh, just finish what you're doing, and then when you're done, we'll take it back from you. Because
Oh, okay.
I don't think you'll be on overnight. So we do, kind of expect for you to finish this evening if you're done with all your samples and all that.
Okay. Oh, when you guys say lock up, does that mean like remotely lock up, or do you guys have to go in person to lock things up?
Well, the first thing I would do would be to remove your access for no machine so that you wouldn't be able to get in. Um, Other than that, we would probably leave cleanup at the hutch for tomorrow morning. So do you
Okay.
want to see the anneal function?
What's new?
So you saw the rinse, right?
Oh, yes.
So annealing is different. All right. That bad sample was A15. I'm going to put the bad sample back on there. And then we're going to anneal it. So for annealing, you block the cryostream, and that allows the crystal to thaw, and then it refreezes.
Oh,
And
okay.
some people use this to remove ice, but it's very risky. Um, because freezing and thawing is not good for your crystal.
Yeah. What button did you click?
What was the question?
For annealing. Oh, okay, you're getting
I'm
the
still
crystal.
waiting for it to put the bad crystal back on because I don't want to ruin a good crystal. All right. It's mounted. Huh. Well, ice isn't really the problem here. It just must be a poor lattice. Um, but for
Can I try
annealing,
recollecting?
what?
Can I try collecting
Uh,
from this again?
sure.
Okay.
You can see the discolored stripe where they collected their data. So I would pick a different stripe, like maybe you could probably, if I wanted to get as much data as possible, so the beam is approximately the size of the circle. You could
Mhm.
get like one stripe here and one here and maybe one here, although it wouldn't be as strong. Um,
Mhm.
but just pick a different place on the crystal. And by place, I mean horizontally because it will rotate around phi anyway.
Mhm. Okay. So for example, I can go over here.
Yeah.
Would you suggest moving away from the loop?
No, the loop doesn't matter.
Okay.
Um,
Do you think from your experience this would look fine?
it's centered properly. Go take a snapshot. Put it back in the A15 directory. No,
Interesting.
it still looks bad.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's go ahead with the annealing.
Okay.
Um, you want to watch it as it's happening. So for annealing, I bring up the manual control window. Here's the annealing control, 4.5 seconds, should be fine. And then I click go. Uh, okay, so you saw it thaw there. And there, I think it just refroze. It looks more impressive when you have frost on it.
Why did the brown sort of streak go away in coloration?
I'm not sure. I was just wondering that myself. I'm going to close the manual control window. I'm going to just take another snapshot here. But some of the loops you had where the loop just looked opaque because there was frost all over the surface.
Mm-hmm.
That's the situation where you might try annealing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, although the rinsing is less likely to be harmful. All right, so diffraction still looks bad. You see these spots out here? Those are
Yeah.
not protein. That's a partial ice ring.
I see.
If you get a lot of ice, you'll get a ring all the way around. In fact, you'll get multiple rings at well-defined resolutions. Um,
Mm-hmm.
let's see. So I think we're done with this crystal. So I'm going to dismount it. Then I noticed that it's getting near the auto defrost quota, so I'm going to go ahead and defrost it here. Normally it takes care of that itself. Every roughly 10 mounts, it will automatically defrost.
Do you always have to dry and chill after dismount?
No,
Okay.
I was just explaining that normally it takes care of the dry means defrost. It normally does that automatically after a certain number of mounts.
Okay. Okay.
But I just noticed that that's the auto def count there. It's up to 10. So the next mount it would do it anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll get that out of the way now. So it takes about a minute to defrost. It'll heat it up until it reaches, I think, 30 Celsius, and then which takes about a minute. And then it takes about a minute to chill it back down.
Mm-hmm.
So anything else you want to try out?
Yes. Let's see. B10. I think we might have already took a look at B10, but I want to take a look at it again. What does the different lights mean?
Those don't work.
Oh, okay. Would you say all this is frost?
Um, all the black stuff, yes.
Okay.
As to what's under the frost, I couldn't say. So you might try rinse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is likely no crystals. What do you guys think?
I suspect so, but you should probably shoot it to find out.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is most likely nothing of particular interest.
Yes, that does not look like a protein.
Okay. As anticipated. Yeah, so I think the rest of the group plans to be done for the day, and I'll just be helping them finish up the last couple of ones.
Okay.
One of the Carlos, he asks which team you guys think will win for the Super Bowl.
I can't say I follow football all that much, but
Neither do I.
I'm planning to go to a friend's house who's rooting for the Patriots. So I guess I'll root for the other team just to keep it interesting.
Fun.
I'm not deeply invested. I'd kind of like to see the Sam Darnold redemption story, though.
Susanna, did I hear you say the others are done for the day?
Yes, the others are going to be done for the day. So it'll just be me until I'm done.
Okay.
I also do believe this is maybe an empty loop.
Yes, but look at that angular thing partway up the stem.
Oh, yes.
So let's take a, all right, it's out of focus here because it's not centered in the third dimension.
Hmm.
Once you rotate 90, that should look better. Uh, yeah, I think I can see the clear edges of it up on the stem. So
These?
a nice, yeah, right about there. Let's zoom in on the loop and just make sure first.
Okay.
Uh, I'd give it a square up on it. Do a 45-degree rotation. All right, so here you look, that's a much better view of the loop. You're looking straight onto it almost.
Hmm. Yes, definitely.
And it looks very clear, suspiciously clear.
So how did you guys get interested in crystallography and get involved with Cornell chess, if I may ask?
Well, I've been doing crystallography since graduate school, which was back in the 1980s. Um, I wanted some field where I could mix my interests in biology and computer graphics.
Hmm.
Um, and I got my degree. I solved a couple structures as a postdoc, but by then I didn't really have an area of biology that I was interested in. I was more interested in the technique of crystallography. And so
Mhm.
that's why why I came to chess rather than trying for a professorship position somewhere.
I sort of accidentally ended up in a crystallography environment.
Mhm.
I moved up here from Georgia, North Georgia, where I was working at the University of North Georgia as a lab coordinator, so I was just generally helping run their academic lab program. And so I liked maintaining equipment and things, but I did not want to do research. That's one thing that grad school taught me. So when I came up here, I, of course, found a research job on accident and accidentally started doing research again. And that lab trained me how to be a user at chess.
Mhm.
Okay,
So,
right here you see that fin poking out behind. Rotate by 180 degrees and see what it looks like on the other side.
mhm.
Yeah, I can see the edges of it there. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, like the square.
So the center would be about here.
Okay. Should I try for there?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Rotate by 90 and try to get right in the plane of it. Hmm. All right. I think that's about as flat as I can get. Uh, I'm not sure where it is vertically. But it's clear enough in this direction. Might be even
Mhm.
bigger than we thought.
Yeah, looks pretty big.
I'm going to take a snapshot here. All right, I can partially see it here. I mentioned a bit about the camera being 45 degrees above the beam. So I'm trying to take a snapshot here in the plane of the crystal. Ooh. All right, it's there, but it looks messy.
Yeah. Would you say there's twinning in here?
Um, well, there's disorder, whether it's winning or something else, I don't know. Let me see. Oh, sorry. Okay, rotate by 90. We'll take another snapshot at 30. I'm wondering if it looks good in the other direction. Sometimes when you get a stack of sheets, they look really nice in one direction, but you turn to a specific angle and it looks bad because
Mhm.
they're not one lattice. There's slight. Yeah, it looks better from this direction,
Oh, yeah, it does look
although
much
not
better.
really great.
Yeah.
Um, I'm going to move the distance back to 250 just because it's not using all that space. and it looks like high mosaicity.
Mhm.
I mentioned the loons, these curves. Look how broad each individual one is
So when
compared to
it's
the grid
broad, it's
data
not
set we
good.
saw before. But I would say go ahead and collect this. I mean, it only takes under a minute to get the data.
Yeah.
So
So
go
when
ahead.
it's broad, it's not good.
What?
When the loons.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Because that means in the other dimension, the one you're not seeing, the spots are probably overlapping.
Oh,
And
okay.
in order to process the data properly, you need to individually measure each spot, and that's harder
Hmm.
when they're overlapping.
Hmm.
But go ahead and collect the data, and like I say, it'll only cost you a minute to do that.
Oh, this is B. Oh, this is B13. Is it?
It's B12. That shows up in the middle of the snapshot panel right here, where it says
Hmm.
puck and pin. It's also over in the automounter panel, which is hidden, but currently mounted B12.
Okay. Yes. Oh, yeah. So this was the one that had the nothing in the loop, but this is the side crystal. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. The run. Oh, this looks good. Okay. So then collect.
Yep.
Okay.
When it's done collecting, maybe take another centering snapshot in which you can see the outlines of the crystal clearly.
Hmm.
Is the other one, I think you were zoomed in on the loop.
Yes.
Um, anyway, to get the appropriate view, 30. Trying to remember what angle we were at when we could see it best. All right, that looks pretty good. Is it on the front side or the back side? I'm gonna rotate 180 for comparison. I think it was the other one, but you can have your choice. I need to do something in the kitchen for a minute.
Okay. for the spots around these areas, are those ice rings? Beautiful ice rings.
That is what ice rings look like.
Yeah, this is really wonderful ice rings. Well, nothing of interest here. Last pin, then we'll be done. Hmm. Yeah, I think this is a broken mitogen loop.
Yes.
There is no crystal here, I don't believe. think this will likely be ice. I'll go and just quickly take a look. That is not anything. Um, okay, I think we're finished. Let's see.
All right, so I'm
sorry, I think I accidentally closed out a window.
gonna dismount your last sample and then defrost the auto mounter. So that crystal that was way up on the mount
Mhm.
did better than I thought. It indexes properly with the correct space group and cell. The resolution is not great,
Mhm.
but it did process, which is mildly surprising.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's it.
Mhm.
You can retrieve your data when it's convenient for you.
And then I just do that on Globus.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for taking us through the entire process today. I think we learned a lot from the experience, and we really appreciate the opportunity, and we look forward to looking at the data.
All right, good luck.
Okay. Thank you so much.